I have looked into all the scriptures of the world, and I tell you, they are all water. But the Gospel of Thomas, that is pure wine. It is the raw, living essence of Jesus. For 1600 years, the church kept this flame hidden in a dark cave. Why? Because they were afraid. They were afraid of the truth that sets you free. My friends, I am here with you today to speak of a man who has been deeply misunderstood for 2000 years. I am here to speak of Jesus, but not the Jesus of the churches, not the Jesus of the theologians, and certainly not the Jesus of the organized religions. I want to speak to you about the Jesus of the Gospel of Thomas. This is the fifth Gospel, a treasure that remained hidden in the sands of Egypt for centuries because the established powers of the world were afraid of it. They were afraid because this Jesus does not ask you to believe, He asks you to see. He does not ask you to follow a creed, He asks you to wake up. Before we dive into these secret sayings, I want to remind you that if you feel a resonance in your heart, as we walk this path together, don't hesitate to subscribe to this channel. This is not just a collection of videos, it is a gathering of seekers, a Sangha of the Spirit. And if you wish to go even deeper into these mysteries, we have curated a collection of ebooks that expand on these discourses, available in the links below. They are maps for your journey, written in the ink of silence. The disciples once said to Jesus, "Tell us what the kingdom of heaven is like." They were looking for a definition, a geography, a destination. But Jesus, being a master of the inner world, gave them a parable. He said, "It is like a mustard seed, smaller than all seeds, but when it falls on the tilled earth, it produces a large tree and becomes shelter for all the birds of heaven." Think about this mustard seed. It is so small, so tiny, that you can easily miss it. It is almost invisible. And yet, within that tiny speck, a whole forest is hidden. This is the nature of your own potential. You look at yourself and you see a small, limited person, a body, a name, a set of problems. But I tell you, you are a mustard seed. Within you, the kingdom of God is pulsating, waiting for the right soil to sprout. But why has the world become so shallow? Why do we live on the surface, afraid of the depths? Human relationships have changed for the worse. The wife is no longer a wife, just a girlfriend. The husband, just a boyfriend. We are afraid of commitment because commitment means depth. and depth is dangerous. On the surface, you can be efficient. You can work like an automaton. No awareness is needed. But the deeper you go, the more alert you must become, because at every moment, death is possible. We have replaced the greatest relationship, the one between a master and a disciple, with the relationship between a psychiatrist and a patient. But a psychiatrist cannot heal you because he himself is not whole. He is just trying to adjust you back to a sick society. A master is not a psychiatrist. When people come to me with their anxieties, I tell them, I am not going to treat your disease. I am going to treat you. Once you realize who you are, all diseases disappear. They exist only because you have been hiding from yourself. If you find this perspective helpful, if it strikes a chord in your soul, please consider using the Super Thanks button to support this work. Your generosity allows us to continue sharing these forbidden truths with the world, keeping the flame of awareness alive in a time of great darkness. You must understand that the Master is like a midwife. He helps you pass through a new birth. But for this birth to happen, trust is the key. In the world of science, doubt is the tool. The more you doubt, the more scientific you become. But in the world of religion, trust is the tool. The more you trust, the more religious you become. Science works miracles that are visible, but religion works miracles that are invisible. When you trust, you close the two physical eyes that look outwards, and you open the third eye that looks inward. This is how you recognize a Jesus or a Buddha. To the townspeople, Jesus was just the son of Joseph the carpenter. They were blind. Only those with ears to hear could understand that he had become the Son of God. People who live with nature find it easier to trust. A farmer sows seeds and trusts they will sprout. He doesn't go and dig them up every day to see if they are growing. He waits. He prays. He lives with the rivers and the mountains. But in our mechanized, technological world, trust has disappeared. We feel meaningless because we are no longer needed. The computer can do everything better than you. You feel like an out-of-date model. In the old days, a mystic named Hillel said to God, "Don't think only I need you, you also need me. Without me, who will pray?" When the universe needs you, you have a fragrance, a significance. But technology has made you disposable. It has built better houses, but not better men. A better man needs awareness, not mechanics. When the disciples asked, "What is the kingdom like?" their question was innocent. If you already have an answer in your mind, your question is cunning. Jesus can only answer innocence. He talked about the kingdom, and the politicians got scared. They thought he was talking about a revolution on earth, about overthrowing the government. But Jesus was a revolutionary of the inner world. He was talking about a kingdom where the last will be first and the poorest will be the richest. This is an upside down world because our current world is already upside down. To put it right, everything must be inverted. Everything you call life is actually a slow poison because it leads to death. The kingdom of this world belongs to death, but the kingdom of heaven belongs to eternal life. Jesus said, "Once you drink from my well, you will never be thirsty again." But the kingdom cannot be explained directly. Truth cannot be said. It can only be indicated through parables, myths, and stories. Fools try to analyze the myth, to dissect it, but you cannot find beauty by dissecting a flower in a lab. Truth is greater than the sum of its parts. The mustard seed must die for the tree to be born. God has died into this universe. He is lost in it. You cannot find him as a separate entity because he has become the cosmos. If you want to see the kingdom, you too must become like a seed and die. When you disappear, God is there. This is the paradox. Your ego is the prison that keeps the tree from sprouting. If you are ready to take this jump, to drop the identity and become tilled earth, I invite you to join our channel membership. By becoming a member, you help us cultivate this garden of consciousness, providing a shelter for the birds of heaven who are searching for the deepest truths. The Master is the gardener. He can till you, throw out the weeds, and make the soil worthy to receive the seed. Without a master, a miscarriage of the soul is possible. Faith is absurd because it asks the seed to trust in a tree it has never seen and will never witness, for the seed must be gone before the tree appears. But if you are ready to die, it happens. You become spiritually pregnant, and to self-create yourself is the peak of creation. I see you all here near me. My seed is dead. That is why you are here. It is not because of me, for there is no me left. There is only a tree. And if you get a glimpse of your own possibility through me, then the work is done. You are the seeds. Get ready to die, for that is the only way to be reborn. Jesus is very paradoxical, but his paradoxes are full of meaning. He said, men possibly think that I have come to throw peace upon the world, and they do not know that I have come to throw divisions upon the earth, fire, sword, war. This sounds strange, coming from a man we call the Prince of Peace. But there are two types of peace. One is the peace of the graveyard, where everyone is almost dead, and there is no conflict because there is no life. Jesus does not want that. He wants the peace that comes from being vital, alive, and centered. War is not outside, the war is within. If you have not fought the inner war and become a jinnah, a conqueror of yourself, you will always project your conflict onto others. You fight with your wife, your children, or your neighbors because you are carrying rubbish inside that you need to throw out. A person who is one inside, who has no inner conflict, will never fight with anyone else. But to face the inner conflict is painful. We all have an image of ourselves as good, and we need this illusion to live. If we saw our own devilish nature, we might commit suicide. So the mind takes a shortcut. It says, just believe you are good. But illusions are cheap. Reality is arduous. It requires passing through fire. The word devil comes from the same root as divine, deva. The energy that has gone sour can become sweet, but it takes an inner alchemy. Mind is always in a hurry. Nature is never in a hurry. Mind says time is money. Nature says experience. When you come to a true master, he is not going to console you. All consolations are poisons. A false master is a tranquilizer. He gives you peace as you are. A true master will destroy whatsoever peace you think you have. He will create chaos, turmoil, and conflict, because only out of that chaos can a new being be born. If you are finding these words challenging, if they are shaking your foundations, then they are doing their work. I encourage you to share this video with those who are brave enough to face the fire. The more we spread these seeds of awakening, the more we can transform the collective consciousness of our world. Whenever a man like Jesus appears, the world is immediately divided. No one can be indifferent to him. You either become a lover or a hater. This is because he brings something from the beyond. And those who are afraid of the beyond must protect themselves by becoming enemies. Jesus became the focal point of history, dividing time into before and after. His approach is unique. Through conflict, growth is achieved. Through war, peace flowers. But don't take him literally. The sword he brought is a symbol. You are a meeting point of two worlds, the mud and the divine. Jesus brought a sword to cut you asunder. So the earth falls to the earth and the divine enters the divine. You must learn to distinguish between what belongs to the body, hunger, sex, thirst, and what belongs to consciousness. Awareness is the witness. He also brought fire. Fire is the symbol of transformation. Water flows downward, but when heated to 100 degrees, it becomes vapor and flows upward. The whole dimension changes. You are fire, fueled by oxygen and food. When this fire is raised to a certain level and not released through outlets like sex, a mutation happens. The soul and the body separate. The sword has worked. This requires friction. Gurdjieff used to create friction in the body to reach deeper layers of energy. If you resist sleep, if you stay awake and alert through the night, a friction is created between the one who wants to sleep and the one who doesn't. If you don't yield, you find a new reservoir of energy. But friction methods are dangerous. Once you start, you must win, or you will lose confidence in your consciousness. Jesus even managed his own crucifixion as the ultimate drama of friction. He was not a victim. He was the author of the drama. On the cross, the division became absolute. The earth was falling back to the earth, but his trust in the divine remained unshaken. He said there would be 5 in a house. These are the 5 senses. They are competitors, continuously fighting for your energy. Your eyes use 80% of your energy, leaving the others starved. If you close your eyes for months, your sense of smell and hearing will sharpen. Through friction, you become a witness to the fight between the senses. You realize you are not the eyes or the ears, you are the onlooker. This also applies to the family. The family is related to the body. Once you become religious and stop identifying with the body, you are uprooted from the family. The family can tolerate you being a drunkard or going to a prostitute because that keeps you identified with the body. But if you become a meditator, they get scared. Jesus says he came to make you solitaries. To accept that you are alone is the greatest transformation. You are a solitary peak, like Everest. Only a solitary can truly love, because he is not using the other as a drug. I will give you what the eye has not seen and what the ear has not heard. To receive this, you must transcend the head and the heart. God does not arise in the mind or the heart. He is beyond both. In the innermost core, where only being throbs, every mystery is revealed. Don't just push the door if it says pull. Stop theorizing, stop poetizing, and simply be. As you reflect on this aloneness, I invite you to check out our ebooks on meditation and the inner journey. They are designed to help you navigate the silence and find the witness within. Every purchase supports our mission to bring these timeless teachings to every corner of the globe. Jesus, like Buddha, finds the world drunk. You are not alert. You are in a state of auto-hypnosis. You think a thought continuously. You look at a thing continuously, and you become hypnotized by it. The whole mechanism of society, propaganda, politics, advertising, is based on this repetition. Hitler knew that a lie repeated often enough becomes truth. Even your karmas and samskaras are forms of auto-hypnosis from past lives. You repeat an action for so long that you become a slave to it. We use sex, wealth, and power as excuses to remain in this slumber. We are like sheep who have been hypnotized to believe they are free and immortal, so they won't escape the master who kills them. But once you realize you are both the magician and the sheep, things start to change. A spark of awareness enters. Jesus says, I took my stand in the midst of the world, and in flesh I appeared to them. I found them all drunk. I found none of them athirst. He didn't escape to the mountains. He lived in the marketplace. He knocked at your door, but you weren't at home. You were wandering all over the world, everywhere except your own center. Why do we want to be drunk? Because we are bored with ourselves. When we are alert and alone, we feel empty, like an infinite abyss. This emptiness scares us, so we run into the arms of drugs, alcohol, or even love and success. But meditation is nothing but coming to terms with this inner emptiness. Once you accept it, the emptiness becomes the fullness of life. It becomes the all. If you find this message resonates with your inner thirst, please consider hitting the like button and leaving a comment below. Tell us, what is the wine that has been keeping you asleep? Sharing your journey helps others realize they are not alone in their struggle to wake up. Jesus' soul was afflicted because he saw people missing the eternal for the sake of the trivial. We pop our eyes and ring our ears over small things, like a 15-inch collar, and miss the divine. All kingdoms are ruins in the end. Death snatches everything, yet we live filled with desires, which are just dreams. The heart is blind. We are taught to live with the head, because the head leads to success in this world. A man of heart will be a failure because he cannot exploit or deceive. He becomes a stranger, a solitary. But only the heart can see how empty you are. The key word Jesus used was repent. In Christianity, repentance is unique. It doesn't mean working out your past mathematically, as the Hindus say. It means a total, heartfelt realization that you have wasted your life. When your whole being cries out in this realization, you are cleansed. The past disappears because it was only a dream. Jesus and his master John the Baptist dropped the idea of rebirth to create an intensity. If you think you have many lives, you will postpone awakening. They said, the day of judgment is near, to bring you to the here and now. Gurdjieff did the same by telling people they didn't have an eternal soul yet. They had to work for it. These are compassionate lies to wake up the sleepers. Jesus said, if the flesh has come into existence because of the spirit, it is a marvel. But if the spirit has come into existence because of the body, it is a marvel of marvels. He marvels at how great wealth, the divine, has made its home in such poverty, our drunken, begging minds. We are emperors begging for worthless things. Repent. Look at what you have done to yourself. In your begging heart, the King of Kings resides. If you realize this, you will suddenly be fresh and virgin again. And God is nothing but your own freshness. If you feel called to support this space of freshness and truth, please consider clicking the join button. Our members are the backbone of this community, and their support allows us to maintain the integrity of these teachings without compromise. Man lives with a painted, false face. From morning to evening, you change your mask depending on who is approaching, a servant or a boss. If you look in a mirror and watch your faces change, you will see that you are not one person, you are a crowd. None of these faces is you. In Zen, the goal is to find your original face, the one you had before you were born. Jesus is your original face. When you drop all falsity and stand naked, you are Jesus. Only the like can know the like. If you are a liar, you cannot recognize an authentic man. You must find God within yourself before you can start seeking Him. The first step is the last step. Why do we wear these masks? Because we hate ourselves. We feel guilty and condemned because our parents and society kept saying no to us. A child is told he is wrong so often that he starts to believe his name is don't. This self-hatred makes it impossible to love anyone else. You hide your real self because you think no one could possibly love what you see in the mirror. Clothes are not just for the climate, they are to hide the animal in us. But the animal is life. The society wants you to be just a head with the body cut off. We even wear clothes in our dreams. We are so afraid of our own animality that we have become incapable of ecstasy. We are told that bad women enjoy sex, so wives must remain dead and emotionless. But emotion is movement. To be godly without accepting your animality is to be a fake. Jesus says, take no thought for what you shall put on. Don't put on anything. Be yourself. Accept yourself as God created you. When you reject any part of yourself, you are rejecting the Creator. Live spontaneously, without rehearsal. If you have to rehearse saying, I love you, you are not in love. If these insights are helping you shed your masks, don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey toward authenticity. Your presence here is a gift, and every super thanks we receive helps us reach more people who are tired of living behind a mask. The disciples asked Jesus, when wilt thou be revealed to us? They thought he was hiding. But Jesus is an open hand, not a fist. Truth cannot be hidden. It is you who are closed. He said, when you take off your clothing without being ashamed, then shall you behold the Son of the Living One, and you shall not fear. Same is the original sin of Adam and Eve. It wasn't just about disobeying, it was about the birth of knowledge that led to shame. The moment they felt naked, they were cast out of paradise. To return, you must throw away your fig leaves. Nudity is not nakedness. You can be nude in a nudist club and still be full of shame and calculation. Nakedness is innocent like a child. When fear and shame disappear, your eyes open. You cannot recognize an enlightened master if your eyes are closed by layers of guilt and self-hatred. Jesus was made to look like a fool on the cross, crowned with thorns and flanked by thieves. People could not recognize him because they were covered in clothing. Fear is created by shame. If you accept yourself, your anger, your sex, your greed, there is no fear. Don't try to create the opposite mask of celibacy or forgiveness that only pushes the reality deeper into the unconscious. One scientist went to Tibet to find the secret of diamonds, but when he met a wise woman who could answer only one question, he blurted out, "When will your husband be back?" His unconscious problem was sex, not diamonds. Escape is futile. Transformation requires deep acceptance without judgment. Life is a mystery to be lived, not a riddle to be solved. If you have a goal, you are against the flow of life. Drop the clothing society gave you, the ego, and you will find yourself. Ibrahim the king had to walk naked through his capital to drop his ego and find enlightenment. A master demands from you according to your potential. In failure, the clothing falls. Use your failures. Recognize that there is no success in the false world. Only a Jesus succeeds because he stands in his originality. Drop the apple and the door to paradise is open again. If you are enjoying this deep dive into the Gospel of Thomas, our ebooks provide many more parables and meditations to help you on your path. Check the description for the link. Now we come to one of the strangest sayings of Jesus. If you fast, you will beget sin for yourselves, and if you pray, you will be condemned. And if you give alms, you will do evil to your spirits. This sounds anti-religious. Every religion teaches fasting, prayer, and charity. So why would Jesus say this? Because he is not talking about what you do, but who you are. If a thief prays, his prayer is a lie. If you are wrong in your being, everything you do will be wrong. Being is the essence. Doing is the surface. Organized religion talks about doing. Jesus talks about being. If you pray as a beggar asking for something, that is not prayer, it is just another desire. Prayer should be a state of gratitude, a thank you for the gift of life that you didn't even earn. If you make prayer a means to an end, it is a sin. And if you give alms to feel superior to a beggar, you are feeding your ego, not your spirit. True kindness means feeling responsible for the society that creates beggars. Jesus also said, "Eat what they set before you and heal the sick among them. For what goes into your mouth will not defile you, but what comes out of your mouth, that is what will defile you." He didn't want his disciples to be a burden with dietary rules. He wanted them to be healers. Healing means making whole, which is the same root as holy. The mind is ill when it is divided, when it has no center. We live in three layers: the objective world, things; the thought world, feelings; and the witness world, being. Science is of the first, philosophy of the second, and religion of the third. The witness is the only center. What you take in is just mud. What matters is whether you can transform it into a lotus. When Buddha was poisoned by a poor man's food, he didn't complain. He told his disciples to honor the man as they would his mother, for he was helping him enter the other world. Poison went in, but love came out. That is the alchemy of a centered being. Sankaracharya once thought an untouchable defiled him by a touch, but the untouchable reminded him that if the soul is one, who can defile whom? Sankara was transformed. Nothing can defile your absolute purity, but what you bring out shows the quality of your being. This saying was left out of the authorized Bible because it is dangerous to organized religion. If people stop donating and formal praying, the church would collapse. But Jesus is not against these things. He is against your false faces. First transform your being, then everything you do will be right. As Saint Augustine said, love, and then whatsoever you do will be right. If this message is touching your heart, please like and share this video. We need to reach as many people as possible with this message of inner transformation. And if you want to support our mission more directly, the join button is always there for you. Jesus said, "The kingdom is like a shepherd who had 100 sheep. One of them went astray, which was the largest, He left behind the 99. He sought for the one until he found it. Having tired himself out, he said to the sheep, I love thee more than the 99. This is absurd to the logical mind. Why would God love the sinner more than the saint? Because our goodness often comes from weakness, not strength. We are good because we are afraid of being caught. But true goodness is a luxury of the powerful, an overflow of energy. Those who go astray are often the best intelligences. In madhouses, you find geniuses who couldn't be confined by mediocre society. A potential Buddha becomes mad if he cannot become creative. Valmiki was a murderer before he became a saint. Angulimala had killed 999 people before he met Buddha and became enlightened in a single moment. You must first attain an ego before you can surrender it. A beggar cannot renounce wealth. A fool cannot renounce knowledge. A child grows by resisting his parents, by becoming an independent individual. This is going astray. The mediocre 99 sheep have a collective mind. They move as a crowd. They have no name, only numbers. If you want to go even deeper into the concept of spiritual rebellion and individuality, our ebooks offer extensive commentaries on the great discontinuity. Check them out in the links below. Jesus says God will seek you if you become an individual. You don't need to find his address, he has to find yours. Readiness means becoming a revolutionary, breaking all relationships and standing alone as a center of the world. Then the island disappears into the ocean. The 99 sheep create organized religions, but real religion happens only to the one who goes astray. Be courageous. Move beyond the clearing and into the wild. There will be suffering, but there is no growth without it. When the last sheep is found, there is rejoicing in heaven. If you are one of those last sheep looking for the shepherd, we invite you to join our membership. It's a place where individuals can find support and community without losing their unique fragrance. Jesus said, the kingdom of the Father is like a man, a merchant, who possessed merchandise and found a pearl. The merchant was prudent. He sold the merchandise and bought the one pearl for himself. If you look without, you see the many. If you look within, you see the one. This is the treasure that endures, where no moth or worm can destroy it. Riches outside only make you feel poorer inside, because you can see the comparison. We waste our lives accumulating things because our identity depends on the eyes of others. We look for our faces in their mirrors. But the merchant was wise. He sold everything for the one pearl. If your ship sinks, you can swim with one pearl, but not with a whole cargo of merchandise. In death, your ship will sink. What will you carry to the other shore? Everything in the outside world is temporary. Even hills and rivers are born and die. Thoughts are even more fleeting, like clouds. But the sky of the witnessing self remains the same. That is the pearl. In the beginning, this formlessness looks like emptiness, and it is scary. But don't run away, enter into it. If you are finding value in this discourse, please consider a super thanks to help us keep this pearl shining for others. Your support ensures that these teachings remain accessible to everyone. Jesus saw children being suckled and said, "These infants being suckled are like those who enter the kingdom." A saint becomes like a child, but it is a second childhood. He has transcended the mind because he has seen its futility. He is twice born out of his own self, not out of duality. Our life is a circle. If we don't reach the source again, we are incomplete. And incompletion is suffering. The one is a transcendence, not a doctrine. Science has reached the infinitely many, the atom. Religion has reached the infinitely one. In reality, there are no boundaries. Happiness and unhappiness melt into each other. In the moment of orgasm, for a single moment, the one happens because there is no mind. You have been missing this for many lives because it is such a small gap. Meditate in the darkness within. By and by, a diffused light will come, and you will see that the outside is the real darkness. You don't need anyone's recognition if you have realized your soul. A blind man who starts seeing doesn't need a certificate, but you are burdened with scriptures and isms. Look at life like a child, without judgment. If you become a light unto yourself, you become a blessing to all. Don't mount two horses or stretch two bows. You cannot follow two masters or seek two goals. Trust life wheresoever it leads. Don't be a thinker who never acts, or a blind follower who falls into a pit. The pit is the womb, being born again into the same miserable life. As we near the end of this journey, I invite you to share this video with someone who is searching for their one pearl, and check out our ebooks for deeper explorations into the second childhood. Finally, Jesus asked his disciples, "Tell me whom I am like." He wanted to see what they were projecting. If you seek happiness directly, you will miss it. It is a byproduct. If you come to a master to seek power or health, you are there for the wrong reasons. Simon Peter said he was a righteous angel, a moralist projection. Matthew said he was a wise philosopher, a scholar's projection. Both missed him. Thomas, however, said, "Master, my mouth will not be capable of saying whom thou art like." Thomas came closest by admitting the inexpressible nature of a master, but even Thomas tried to put it into words. Jesus told him, "I am not thy master, because thou hast become drunk from the bubbling spring which I have measured out. You are still talking from the mind." Jesus makes for an uneasy friend because he allows you no tomorrow. He says the kingdom is here and now. The priests tell you the kingdom is in heaven or the sea. Jesus joked that if so, the birds and fish would get there first. No, the kingdom is within you and without you. It is an open secret. God is a dancer who has dissolved into the dance. If you love this world, you have loved Him. When Jesus says God is the Father, He means the universe cares for you. The relationship is organic, not mechanical. You are not a lost child in a dead universe. You have roots. Ignorance of oneself is the only poverty. Blessed is the man who has suffered, for he has found life. Suffering is how we mature. Don't wait until you feel better to meditate. Meditate when you are suffering. Be patient. Don't expect enlightenment to be an extraordinary event. Just wait, and one day you will be illumined. Jesus was a stranger to the Jews because he brought secrets from Egypt and India. He taught that God cannot exist without the world, just as the world cannot exist without God. Cleave a piece of wood and I am there. This is pure Vedanta. Jesus is a fire. If you come near Him, be ready to die. If you are far from the fire, you are far from the kingdom. Escape from the fire, and you will continue wandering for millions of lives. Someday, you must decide to jump into the furnace to be purified. Come to me, for easy is my yoke, and my lordship is gentle. This is not slavery, it is liberation. A master is someone who has escaped the prison and knows the way out. Whoever drinks from my mouth shall become as I am. This is the kiss of the Spirit. Digest the Master so completely that the distinction between disciple and master disappears. Blessed are the solitary and elect. A solitary is one whose need to be needed has dropped. He is content with himself. He is a circle where the beginning and the end meet. The sign of the Father is a movement and a rest. We are moving in the world, yet at rest at our center. We are in the crowd, but not of it. Male and female must both move toward the center, dissolving into the supra-rational being. Use your negative qualities, doubt, restlessness, to serve the positive. Jesus is a fire. Books are just dead ink. Don't seek recognition from the dead for the living one. Look at the living Master before you. I hope you have found some light in these secret sayings. If you have, please subscribe, like, and comment. Your engagement keeps this community thriving. And if you feel moved to support us, the super thanks and join buttons are ways to participate in this work of awakening. Our ebooks are also there to serve as companions on your journey. Remember, you are the mustard seed. The whole kingdom is within you. Go and find it. The journey into the Gospel of Thomas is a journey into the very heart of paradox. Because truth itself is paradoxical. Jesus says, lucky is the lion that the human will eat, so that the lion becomes human. And foul is the human that the lion will eat, and the lion will become human. This sounds like a strange riddle, almost like a Zen koan. What is this lion and who is this human? The lion represents your raw, primal energy, your passions, your animal nature, your unbridled vitality. If you eat the lion, meaning if you absorb and transform this energy into consciousness, then the animal is elevated. Your base instincts become the fuel for your enlightenment. But if the lion eats you, if your unconscious drives, your anger and your lust consume your awareness, then you have fallen. You become a victim of your own biological machinery. To live a religious life does not mean to kill the lion. It means to tame it and transform it. If you kill the lion, you lose the energy. And without energy, you cannot reach the peak of consciousness. A man without passions is a dead man, a cold man. a man of the graveyard. I don't want you to be cold. I want you to be a fire. But that fire must be guided by the light of awareness. When you are angry, don't suppress it. Suppression is like putting a lid on a boiling pot. Sooner or later it will explode. Instead, watch the anger. Observe the lion within you. In that observation, a miracle happens. The lion is eaten by your witness. It becomes part of your higher self. If you are beginning to see how these ancient riddles apply to your daily struggles with emotion and ego, I invite you to subscribe and stay with us as we unravel more of these mysteries. Your presence here creates a field of energy that supports everyone on this path. And if you wish to dive deeper into the alchemy of transformation, our ebooks provide practical techniques to help you eat the lion of your own ego. Jesus also speaks of the wise fisherman. He tells the story of a fisherman who cast his net into the sea and drew it up full of small fish. Among them he found one large, fine fish. The wise fisherman threw all the small fish back into the sea and chose the one large fish without much effort. This is the art of selection. We are surrounded by small fish, thousands of desires, trivial thoughts, and petty ambitions. We spend our lives trying to catch as many as possible, filling our nets with rubbish. But the wise person is looking for the one large fish, the ultimate truth, the eternal being. Once you find the one, the many lose their value. You don't need to throw them away with effort. They simply fall away. When you find a diamond, you don't need to be told to drop the pebbles you were carrying. You drop them naturally because your hands are now occupied with something of infinite worth. This one fish is your inner silence. It is the peace that surpasses all understanding. But to find it, you must be a fisherman. You must have the patience to wait by the shore of your own mind, watching the waves come and go until the big one appears. If this search for the one big fish resonates with your soul's longing, please consider using the super thanks button to support our efforts in bringing these teachings to a wider audience. Every contribution helps us maintain this space of contemplation and discovery. In the world of Thomas, there is no place for the half-hearted. Jesus says, if two make peace with each other in this one house, they will say to the mountain, move, and it will move. The one house is your own body-mind complex. Currently, you are not one, you are many. You are a house divided against itself. One part of you wants to be a saint, and another part wants to be a sinner. One part wants to meditate, and another wants to scroll through the news. This inner conflict is why you feel powerless. When you become one, when your heart and your head are in total harmony, you possess a strength that can literally move mountains. But how to achieve this peace? Not by fighting one side against the other. If you fight your desires, the conflict continues. Peace comes from a third point, the witness. When you watch the conflict between your inner saint and your inner sinner without taking sides, you are no longer in the house. You are the owner of the house, looking from the balcony. In that distance, the two combatants realize their futility and fall into a silent embrace. This is the peace Jesus speaks of. It is not the absence of sound, but the presence of total integration. If you are ready to stop the inner war and start living from this place of unity, I invite you to join our channel membership. By becoming a member, you gain access to a community of like-minded seekers who are all working to unify their one house. Your support allows us to continue providing the tools for this profound inner work. Jesus says, where there are three gods, they are gods. Where there are two or one, I am with him. This is a deep statement about the levels of consciousness. The three represents the lowest stage, the world of duality and the observer, the I, the thou, and the it. It is the world of the crowd, the world of distraction. But when you move to the two, the lover and the beloved, the disciple and the master, you are closer to the truth. And when you move to the one, where even the distinction between you and the divine disappears, there Jesus says, I am with him. In fact, you are he. To be one is to be a solitary. People are afraid of being alone because in aloneness they have to face themselves. They use the crowd as a screen to hide from their own emptiness. But I tell you that emptiness is the door. If you can sit with yourself in total silence, without any desire to escape, the two will become one. The observer and the observed melt into each other. This is the moment of explosion. This is what Jesus means when he says, I am the light that is over all things. I am all. From me all came forth, and to me all attained. This light is not something you find somewhere else. It is what you are. You are like a person who has a lamp in their hands but is wandering in the dark asking for a match. The match is your awareness. The moment you strike it, you realize the lamp was always there. But the world wants to keep you in the dark, because a person who has found their own light cannot be manipulated. They cannot be turned into a soldier or a consumer. They become a rebel. If you feel the flame of rebellion stirring within you, don't forget to like this video and comment below. Tell us, what is the biggest obstacle you face when trying to stay in your own light? Sharing your experience helps others find the courage to face their own shadows. And if you want to deepen your understanding of the solitary path, our ebooks offer a wealth of guidance on how to navigate the inner landscape without fear. Jesus also warns, do not give what is holy to the dogs, lest they throw them on the dung heap. Do not throw pearls to swine, lest they grind them to bits. This sounds harsh, but it is a fundamental law of the Spirit. Truth cannot be given to those who are not ready for it. If you give a profound spiritual insight to someone who is full of ego and greed, they will use it to decorate their ego. They will turn it into a philosophy, a dogma, or a weapon. This is why the Gospel of Thomas was secret. It wasn't secret because Jesus wanted to hide the truth, but because the truth is a dangerous medicine. In the wrong hands, it can be fatal. You must prepare the soil before you sow the seed. If the soil is full of stones and weeds, the stones of prejudice and the weeds of desire, the seed will never sprout. My work with you is to help you remove the stones. I am not here to give you knowledge. I am here to help you unlearn everything the world has forced upon you. If you value this process of unlearning and want to ensure that these holy truths continue to be shared with those who are truly thirsty, please consider a super thanks donation. Your generosity is what makes this work possible and keeps it free from the pressures of commercialism. A city built on a high mountain and fortified cannot fall, nor can it be hidden. When you reach the peak of your awareness, you become like that city. You cannot be hidden. Your presence radiates a certain fragrance, a certain grace, You don't need to preach. Your very existence is a sermon. People will be drawn to you like bees to a flower. They won't know why, but they will feel a peace in your presence that they have never felt before. But to reach that mountain, you must be willing to leave the valley. The valley is comfortable. It is protected and warm. The mountain is cold, lonely, and dangerous. But only on the mountain can you see the sun before everyone else. Only on the mountain can you see the horizon. Most people live and die in the valley, never knowing that a mountain exists. They are content with the shadows. But you, my friends, are here because you have glimpsed the peak. Don't turn back. The path is narrow, but it leads to the all. There is a saying of Jesus that is often misinterpreted. Whoever has something in his hand will receive more, and whoever has nothing will be deprived of even the little he has. To the logical mind, this sounds like the height of injustice. It sounds like the rich get richer and the poor get poorer. But Jesus is not talking about bank accounts. He is talking about the wealth of the soul. In the inner world, having means being aware. If you have a small spark of awareness and you cherish it, that spark will grow into a fire. More will be given to you because you have the capacity to receive it. But if you have no awareness, if you are living like a zombie, then even the life you think you have will be taken away by death. Death can only take what is not yours. If your life is just a collection of borrowed ideas and external possessions, you truly have nothing. The more that is given is the grace of the divine. Grace is like rain. It falls everywhere. But if your pot is upside down, not a single drop will enter. Awareness is the act of turning your pot right side up. The more open you are, the more the universe pours into you. This is the secret of the rich mystic. He is rich because he is empty of ego and thus full of God. If you are beginning to feel this inner abundance, I encourage you to join our channel membership. It is a way to align your energy with a field of wealth that transcends the material world. And don't forget to explore our ebooks, which are like maps to the hidden treasures of your own consciousness. Jesus says, become passers-by. This is one of the most beautiful and profound instructions in the entire gospel. To be a passerby means to live in the world but not be of it. It means to walk through the marketplace without letting the marketplace enter your heart. You are a guest on this earth, not an owner. You are here for few days, staying in a hotel. You use the furniture, you enjoy the view, but you don't start painting the walls or trying to claim the lobby as your own. When you realize you are a passerby, all your anxieties vanish. If someone insults you, you think, I'm just passing by. This doesn't matter. If you lose money, you think, it wasn't mine anyway. I'm just a guest. This guest consciousness is the essence of sannyas. It doesn't mean you run away to the mountains. It means you live in the thick of life with a heart that is always packed and ready to go. You are unattached, not because you are cold, but because you are so full of the eternal that the temporary cannot cling to you. If this passerby perspective brings a sense of relief to your heart, please share this video with someone who is struggling with the burdens of attachment. And if you want to support us in spreading this message of freedom, a super thanks is a wonderful way to say, I am with you. The disciples asked, who are you, that you should say these things to us? They were still stuck in the who. They wanted a title, a credential. Jesus replied, you do not know who I am from what I say to you. But you have become like the Jews, for they love the tree and hate its fruit, or they love the fruit and hate the tree. This is the tragedy of organized religion. People love the tree, the institution, the tradition, the scripture, but they hate the fruit, the living, breathing, rebellious master who actually embodies the truth. Or they love the fruit, the beautiful sayings of a dead master, but they hate the tree, the actual process of growth, the struggle, and the discipline required to reach that stage. You cannot have the fruit without the tree, and the tree is useless without the fruit. I am here to be a tree for you, so that you may taste the fruit of your own potential. But don't get attached to the tree. Once you have the fruit, the tree has done its work. My purpose is to make you independent of me. To become independent, you must find the spring within yourself. Whoever drinks from my mouth will become as I am, and I myself will become he. And the things that are hidden will be revealed to him. This is not about literal drinking. It is about the transmission of energy. When you are in the presence of a master, you are drinking his silence. You are absorbing his vibration. Eventually, that vibration awakens your own dormant spring. Then you no longer need the master, for the master has become you. We reach the final mystery of the Gospel of Thomas, where Simon Peter says, "Let Mary leave us, for females are not worthy of life." This reflects the deep-seated prejudice of the time, and unfortunately, of many times since. But Jesus' response is revolutionary. "Look, I shall guide her so as to make her male, so that she too may become a living spirit resembling you males. For every female who makes herself male will enter the kingdom of heaven." Do not take this literally. Jesus is not talking about gender or biology. He is talking about the two poles of the human psyche: the feminine, receptivity, intuition, emotion, and the masculine, action, logic, will. Most people are lopsided. A female in this sense is someone who is purely receptive but has no inner direction, no will to cross the threshold. A male is someone who is all action and logic but has no heart, no receptivity to the divine. To enter the kingdom, you must become a single one. You must balance these two energies within yourself. The feminine must develop the masculine strength of awareness, and the masculine must develop the feminine grace of surrender. When the two become one, a living spirit is born. This is the alchemy of the soul. You are neither man nor woman. You are a consciousness that transcends both. This is the message I have for you today. Don't be defined by the labels the world gives you. Don't be a Christian or a Buddhist, a man or a woman. Be a living spirit. Be a mustard seed that is ready to die so that the great tree of life can sprout through you. The fifth gospel is not a book, it is your own life, waiting to be lived with total awareness and total love. If this journey through the secret sayings of Jesus has touched something deep within you, I invite you once more to subscribe, like, and comment. Let this be the start of a new chapter in your life. And if you wish to support this work and help us reach the millions who are still sleeping, please consider a super thanks or joining our membership. Our ebooks are also available to guide you every step of the way. The door is open. The kingdom is spread out upon the earth, but men do not see it because they are looking for a destination in the future. I tell you, the destination is here. The time is now. Wake up and claim your inheritance. The Father's imperial rule is like a person who had a treasure hidden in his field but did not know it. He died and left it to his son. The son did not know about it either. He sold the field. The buyer went plowing, discovered the treasure, and began to lend money at interest to whomever he wished. You are that field. The treasure is already there, buried under the layers of your ego and your conditioning. I am just a neighbor who has come to tell you, stop trying to sell the field. Start plowing. When you plow deep enough through meditation, you will find the gold. And once you find that gold, you will realize that you were never a beggar. You were always an emperor, dreaming that you were a beggar. The dream is over. The sun is rising. Open your eyes and see. In these many days we have spent together exploring the Gospel of Thomas. We have walked through the fire and the sword. We have seen the lion and the lamb, and we have found the pearl of great price. But remember, the words are just pointers. Don't eat the finger. Look at the moon it is pointing to. The moon is your own being, shining in the middle of the night. Go in peace, my friends. Live as if every moment is your last, and as if you are already in the kingdom, because you are. You just need to realize it. Goodbye for now. But remember, in the world of the Spirit, there are no goodbyes. We are always together in the one light. If you look deep into your own heart, you will find that you are not a stranger to this universe. You are its very heartbeat. Jesus says in one of the most mysterious passages of the Gospel of Thomas, if they say to you, "Where did you come from?" say to them, "We came from the light." The place where the light came into being on its own, established itself and appeared in their image. This is a declaration of your divine origin. You are not a product of the mud. You are a condensation of the light. But why do you feel so dark? Why do you feel so heavy? It is because you have forgotten the source. You have become so identified with the container, the body, the mind, the ego, that you have missed the content. Think of a lamp. You are so busy cleaning the glass, decorating the base, and arguing about the shape of the sage that you have forgotten to light the wick. Without the light, the lamp is just an object, a piece of matter. With the light, it becomes a presence. It becomes a guide. You are that light. And that light does not come from outside, it comes into being on its own. It is self-luminous. In meditation, we are not trying to create something new. We are simply removing the soot from the glass so that the light that is already there can shine through. If you are beginning to feel this inner glow, this subtle shift from shadow to light, I invite you to subscribe to our channel. Here we don't teach you new things. We help you unlearn the old so that your original light can manifest. And if you feel a deep gratitude for this realization, the super thanks button is a way to share that energy and support our work in keeping this flame alive for others who are still wandering in the dark. Jesus continues, if they say to you, "Is it you?" say, "We are its children, and we are the elect of the living Father." To be elect does not mean you are part of a special club or a chosen race. It means you have chosen yourself. You have elected to wake up. Most people elect to remain asleep because sleep is comfortable. In sleep, you can dream of being a king or a hero. In awakening, you have to face the fact that you are nothing, and in that nothingness, you are everything. If they ask you what is the sign of your Father in you, say to them, it is movement and repose. This is the ultimate balance. If you are only in movement, you become a machine, a restless ghost. If you are only in repose, you become a stone, a piece of dead matter. But to be both simultaneously, that is the secret of the enlightened ones. On the surface, there is movement, action and dance. At the center, there is absolute stillness, silence and rest. This is like a cyclone. The winds are howling at incredible speeds at the periphery, but at the center, the eye of the storm, there is total peace. This is how I want you to live in the world. Move, act, love, work, but keep the center at rest. Don't let the noise of the world disturb the silence of your soul. This integration of movement and repose is the sign that you have found the Father, that you have found the Source. If you are finding it difficult to maintain this balance in the chaos of modern life, our ebooks provide specific meditations and insights on how to find your center of the cyclone. They are practical guides for the modern seeker who cannot retire to a cave but must find the cave within. You can find them in the description below. Jesus says, his disciples said to him, "When will the repose of the dead come about, and when will the new world come?" He said to them, "What you look for has come, but you do not know it." This is the tragedy of the human mind. It is always looking for the new world in the future. You are waiting for a revolution, a messiah, a change in government, or a change in your bank account. But Jesus says the new world is already here. It is hidden behind your expectations. Your looking for is the very thing that prevents you from seeing. The repose of the dead is not something that happens after you die. It is the death of the ego while the body is still alive. If you can die to your past, die to your name, die to your ambitions, right now you enter that repose. And in that repose, the world is new. Every leaf is a miracle. Every breath is a psalm. Every person is a God in disguise. But you are too busy looking at your watch, looking at your goals, looking for the next thing. Stop. Just for a moment, stop the looking and start the seeing. If this seeing is happening for you, even for a split second, please below and share your experience. What does the world look like when you stop looking for the future? Your words can be the trigger for someone else's awakening. And if you want to join a community that is dedicated to living in the here and now, click the join button to become a member and support our mission. The Gospel of Thomas is a manual for the spiritual rebel. Jesus says, "I am the light that is over all things. I am all. From me all came forth, and to me all attained. Split a piece of wood, I am there. Lift up the stone, and you will find me there." This is the peak of pantheism. But it is more than that. It is a direct experience of the non-dual nature of reality. There is no secular and no sacred. There is no matter and no spirit. Everything is a manifestation of the one consciousness. When you split the wood, don't think you are just doing a chore. You are interacting with the divine. When you lift a stone, you are touching the face of God. Religion is not something you do on Sunday. It is the quality you bring to every moment of your life. If you can wash the dishes with the same reverence that you would use to wash the feet of a master, you are enlightened. The all is not a concept. It is a presence that permeates every atom of existence. But we have created divisions. We say, this is my house, that is the temple. This is my work, that is my prayer. These divisions are the products of a fragmented mind. A whole mind sees the wholeness of life. Jesus is saying that he is not a person limited to a body that lived 2000 years ago. He is the very fabric of existence. And so are you. You are the light that is over all things. But you have chosen to hide in a small corner and call it me. If you feel the boundaries of your ego is starting to dissolve, if you feel the I expanding to include the wood, the stars, and the stars, then you are beginning to understand the secret. I encourage you to share this video with those who are tired of the divisions of the world. Let us spread the message of the all. And if you want to help us continue this work of breaking down the walls between the sacred and the profane, a super thanks is a powerful way to contribute. Jesus says, "Whoever is near me is near the fire, and whoever is far from me is far from the kingdom." This is a warning. To be near a master is to be near a fire. It is dangerous. The fire will burn away everything that is false in you. It will burn your illusions, your comforts, your social status, and your petty ego. Most people want a cool religion, a religion of beautiful music, nice clothes, and comforting words. They don't want a fire. They want a fireplace where the fire is contained and safe. But I am not a fireplace. Jesus was not a fireplace. We are the forest fire. If you come near us, you will be consumed. But only that which is combustible will burn. Your soul, your essence is like gold. It cannot be burned. It can only be purified by the fire. If you are afraid of the fire, you will remain far from the kingdom. The kingdom belongs to the brave, to those who are willing to risk everything to find the truth. If you are ready to step into the fire, I invite you to check out our ebooks on the path of the warrior and the seeker. They will give you the strength to stand in the heat of transformation without turning back. The link is in the description. Jesus said, "Images are visible to people, but the light within them is hidden in the image of the Father's light. He will be disclosed, but his image is hidden by his light." This is a deep psychological truth. We see the images, the bodies, the personalities, the forms. But the light that makes these images possible is hidden by the very brightness of the images. It's like looking at a movie screen. You are so caught up in the drama, the characters, and the images that you forget the screen itself. And you forget the light that is projecting the movie. The Father is the light, and the world is the image. to see the Father, you must look through the image, not at it. You must look for the source of the illumination. In meditation, we learn to look past the images of our thoughts and emotions to find the silent light that remains constant behind them. When you find that light, you find the Father's light. And then you realize that the images were never real. Only the light is real. If this perspective is changing the way you look at yourself and the world, please like this video and subscribe. Every like helps the algorithm share this light with more seekers. And if you want to support us in creating more content that goes beyond the images and into the essence, your join membership is greatly appreciated. Jesus says, the Father's kingdom is like a woman who was carrying a jar full of meal. While she was walking on a distant road, the handle of the jar broke, and the meal spilled out behind her on the road. She did not know it. She had not noticed a problem. When she reached her house, she put the jar down and discovered that it was empty. This is a chilling parable about the state of humanity. We are all carrying jars of life, of energy, of potential, but the jar is broken. And as we walk the distant road of our lives, our energy is leaking out. It leaks out through anger, through greed, through useless chatter, through constant worry about the future and regret about the past. And the tragedy is that we do not know it. We think we are doing fine. We think we are making progress. But when we finally reach the house, the end of our lives, the moment of death, we put the jar down and find it empty. We have wasted our entire existence on trivialities, and the meal of our soul has been left on the road for the birds. Wake up now, check your jar. Is it leaking? Are you wasting your precious life energy on things that don't matter? Awareness is the act of repairing the handle. It is the act of noticing the leak. Once you are aware, the leaking stops. You can bring the meal all the way home. And what is this home? It is the state of total fulfillment, where you can put the jar down and find it overflowing with the grace of the divine. If you feel that your jar has been leaking and you want to learn how to preserve and transform your energy, I encourage you to subscribe and follow our daily discourses. We are here to help each other notice the problem before it's too late. And if you want to support this school of awareness, please consider a super thanks. Your support allows us to reach those who are still walking the road with a broken jar. Jesus also tells a story of strength. The kingdom of the Father is like a man who wanted to kill a powerful man. One day he drew his sword in his house and struck it into the wall to see if his hand would go through. Then he killed the powerful man. This is not an instruction for violence. It is a parable about the inner will. The powerful man is your ego. It is the most powerful force in your life, and it will not let go without a fight. But you cannot kill the ego with a weak will. You must first test your hand against the wall of your own habits. You must start with small disciplines. Can you sit still for 10 minutes? Can you remain silent for an hour? Can you watch your anger without acting on it? These are the tests. If your hand goes through the wall of habit, then you are ready to face the powerful man, the ego itself. And once the ego is killed, the kingdom of the Father is revealed. It was always there, but the powerful man was standing in the doorway, blocking the view. If you are ready to start testing your hand and building your inner strength, our books on will, discipline, and meditation are perfect resources for you. They are the training manuals for the spiritual warrior. You can find the link in the description. The disciples said to him, "Your brothers and your mother are standing outside." He said to them, "Those here who do what my Father wants are my brothers and my mother. They are the ones who will enter my Father's kingdom." Jesus is not being disrespectful to his biological family. He is pointing to a higher law. Biological relationships are based on the body, on the images. But spiritual relationships are based on the light. Your true family is the family of seekers, the family of those who are moving toward the light. If you are here listening to these words, you are my brother, you are my mother. We are related by the heart, by the shared thirst for truth. This relationship is eternal. Biological relationships are for few years only. Don't let your images of family prevent you from entering the kingdom. Enter with your spiritual family, and you will find a love that never fades. If you feel this sense of spiritual kinship with us, I invite you to join our channel membership. It is a way to formalize our connection and support the growth of this global family of light. And please comment and let us know where in the world you are listening from. Let us see the vastness of our Father's house. One of the most profound sayings in the Gospel of Thomas is this. Jesus said, "The person old in days won't hesitate to ask a little child 7 days old about the place of life, and that person will live. For many of the first will be last, and will become a single one. This is the total inversion of the worldly way of thinking. In the world, the old are supposed to teach the young. Experience is valued and knowledge is power. But in the kingdom, knowledge is a barrier. The child is closer to the place of life because the child has not yet been corrupted by the mind. The child is still a single one. The child is not divided into I and you, good and bad, success and failure. The child simply is. To live the old person, the one burdened with years of conditioning, prejudices, and knowledge, must have the humility to ask the child. This means returning to a state of not knowing. It means dropping the first, the ego, the expert, to become the last, the innocent, the learner. When you become a single one, you have integrated all the fragments of your personality. You are no longer a crowd. You are a unity. And that unity is the doorway to the divine. You don't need more information. You need more innocence. You don't need to be somebody. You need to be nobody. In that nobodiness, the all can enter. If you are ready to drop the burden of being somebody and rediscover your inner child, please subscribe and join us in this journey of unlearning. And if you want to support our mission to bring innocence back to the world, a super thanks or a joint membership is a beautiful way to contribute. Our ebooks also offer deep insights into the Zen of childhood and how to regain your original face. Jesus says, know what is in front of your face, and what is hidden from you will be disclosed to you. For there is nothing hidden that won't be revealed. We are always looking for the truth in some far-off place, in the Himalayas, in old books, in future lives. But Jesus says the truth is in front of your face. It is right here. It is in the way the light hits the floor, in the sound of the wind, in the sensation of your own breathing. The hidden is only hidden because you are not looking at the obvious. You are too preoccupied with your mental projections to see the reality that is staring you in the face. If you can become totally present to this moment, the secret of the ages will be disclosed. There is no mystery except the mystery of your own unawareness. The moment you become aware, everything is revealed. The kingdom is not a destination, it is a way of seeing. If these words are helping you, see the kingdom right where you are. Please like this video and share it with others. Let us help the world realize that the truth is not hidden, but we are simply blind. And if you want to support our efforts to open the eyes of humanity, your generosity is deeply valued. His disciples asked him and said to him, "Do you want us to fast? How should we pray? Should we give to charity? What diet should we observe?" These are the questions of the religious mind, the mind that wants a formula, a set of rules, a to-do list. But Jesus responds with a radical freedom. Do not lie and do not do what you hate, for all things are disclosed before heaven. He doesn't give them a diet or a prayer schedule. He gives them a principle of authenticity. Do not lie, not just to others but to yourself. Be honest about your desires, your fears, and your state of being. And do not do what you hate. Don't live a life of duty and obligation that suffocates your soul. If you live authentically, you are already in prayer. If you live with integrity, you are already fasting from the ego. Everything else is just clothing. When you are authentic, you are naked before heaven. And that nakedness is the highest form of holiness. As we conclude this part of our journey, I want to thank you for being here with me. You are the tilled earth in which these seeds are being sown. Don't just listen to these words with your head. Let them sink into your heart. And if you feel moved to support this garden of consciousness, please use the super thanks, click the join button, or check out our ebooks. Together, we can make the kingdom visible to all. The disciples, always burdened by the linear mind, asked Jesus, "Tell us how our end will be." This is the question of the ego. The ego is obsessed with the end, with death, with what happens after. It is always looking at the finish line, and because of this, it misses the race. It is always looking at the source, and because of this, it misses the ocean. Jesus' reply is like a sword that cuts through the very fabric of time. Have you then discovered the beginning, that you look for the end? For where the beginning is, there will be the end. You see, life is not a straight line. It is a circle. In a circle, the beginning and the end are the same point. If you want to know your end, you must find your beginning. And your beginning is not your birth. Your birth is just a change of garments. Your beginning is that point where you first emerged as a spark of the divine from the eternal light. If you can find that original spark, you will see that it has never changed. It has no end because it was never created in time. It is of the beyond. We live in a state of constant anxiety because we think we are moving toward a cliff called death. But a circle has no cliffs. If you can find the center of your own circle, you are already at the end and the beginning simultaneously. This is the state of Aksara, the indestructible. People go to cemeteries to find the end, but I tell you, go into your own silence. There you will find the beginning that never began. And once you find that, death becomes a joke. It is just the snake shedding its skin. If you are beginning to feel the timelessness of your own being, I invite you to join our channel membership. It is a space where we move beyond the linear time of the world and explore the circularity of the soul. And if you wish to carry this silence with you, our ebooks on death and the timeless provide the meditative techniques needed to find your own center. You can find the link in the description. Jesus also said, "Blessed is he who came into being before he came into being." This sounds like another riddle. How can you come into being before you come into being? He is talking about your unborn nature. In Zen, they ask, "Show me your face before your mother was born." If you only know the you that was born, you know nothing. That you is a social construct. It has a name, a nationality, a religion, and a personality given to it by others. But there is a you that exists prior to all these labels. That you is the one who came into being before this physical form came into being. It is your essential self. When you are in deep sleep, your name disappears, your gender disappears, your status disappears. Who are you then? You are still there, but you are in your before state. Meditation is the art of entering that before state while you are wide awake. When you can stand in the middle of the marketplace and remember your unborn face, you are blessed. You are no longer a victim of the world. To reach this state, Jesus says, if you become my disciples and listen to my words, these stones will minister to you. This is not a metaphor. When you are in harmony with the Source, the whole universe is in harmony with you. The stones, the trees, the stars, they all become your friends. They speak to you in the language of silence. But for this to happen, you must stop being a tourist in existence and become a disciple. A tourist is just looking for entertainment. A disciple is looking for transformation. If you are finding that these secret sayings are starting to speak to you, please like this video and share it with those who are seeking the unborn face. And if you want to support our mission to bring this ancient wisdom to the modern world, a super thanks is a beautiful way to say you are listening. Your support keeps this field of light growing. For you have 5 trees in paradise which do not change, summer or winter, and their leaves do not fall. Whoever knows them will not taste death. These 5 trees are your internal senses, not the 5 external senses that look at the world, but the 5 inner senses that look at the divine. In paradise, there is no duality, no change of seasons. There is only the eternal now. When your inner hearing, inner sight, and inner touch are awakened, you are already in paradise. Death cannot touch you because you have moved beyond the world of falling leaves. Mary, representing the feminine, intuitive side of the seeker, asked Jesus, "Whom are your disciples like?" He said, "They are like little children who have settled in a field which is not theirs. When the owners of the field come, they will say, 'Leave us our field.' They unrobe themselves in their prisons in order to let them have their field and to give it back to them." This is a masterpiece of spiritual psychology. The field is the world of possessions, titles, and egos. The owners are the people of the world who think they own life. The disciples are like children because they don't claim ownership. They are just playing in the field. They know that nothing belongs to them. When the world demands its field back, when death comes, or when society takes away your status, the disciple unrobes. This means they drop their false identities, their masks, and their attachments without a fight. They say, "Take it. It was never mine anyway." This vulnerability is their greatest strength. Because they own nothing, they cannot be robbed. We are so afraid of losing things. We cling to our houses, our reputations, even our ideas. But clinging is the source of all misery. If you can live like a child in a field, knowing that you are just a visitor, you are free. You can enjoy the flowers, you can run in the grass, but you don't start building walls. The moment you build a wall, you have become an owner. And an owner is always a slave to his property. A child is the only true king. If you are ready to drop the burden of ownership and rediscover your inner child, I invite you to subscribe and join our community of passers-by. And if you want to deepen your practice of non-attachment, our ebooks offer guidance on how to live in the world without being off it. Every purchase supports our work in sharing this freedom with the world. Jesus saw some infants at the breast and said to his disciples, "These infants being suckled are like those who enter the kingdom." They said to him, "Shall we then, as children, enter the kingdom?" Jesus said to them, "When you make the two one, and when you make the inside like the outside, and the outside like the inside, and the above like the below, then you will enter." This is the path of non-duality. Currently, you are split. Your inside is one thing, full of greed, anger, and lust, while your outside is another thing, smiling, polite, and spiritual. This division is your hell. To be like an infant means to be one. An infant doesn't have a public face and a private face. If an infant is angry, he screams with his whole being. If he is happy, he laughs with his whole being. He is inside out. To enter the kingdom, you must heal this split. You must make the male and the female into a single one. This means balancing the logic and the heart, the action and the meditation. You must make the hand like a hand and the eye like an eye, meaning you must use your faculties as they were meant to be used without the interference of the ego. When you are a single one, you are no longer a person, you are a presence, and that presence is the kingdom. If you feel this integration happening within you, if the walls between your inner and outer worlds are beginning to crumble, please below and share your journey. Your insights help others find their way back to their own singleness. And if you want to support this space of integration, the join button is a way to align your energy with ours. Jesus said, "If you do not fast as regards the world, you will not find the kingdom. If you do not observe the Sabbath as a Sabbath, you will not see the Father." Again, the words seem traditional, but the meaning is radical. To fast as regards the world does not mean to stop eating food. It means to stop consuming the world. We are constantly eating the world through our eyes, our ears, and our minds. We are consuming news, gossip, ambitions, and desires. This mental gluttony keeps us heavy and bloated. To fast means to withdraw your attention from the merchandise of the world and turn it inwards. It is a fasting of the senses. when you are no longer hungry for the recognition, the power, and the pleasures of the world, you are fasting. Only then can you taste the food of the divine. And observing the Sabbath as a Sabbath means finding the day that has no date. The Sabbath is the day of rest, the day of silence. But for most people, the Sabbath is just another day of ritual or distraction. A true Sabbath is when you rest so deeply that your mind stops its constant chatter. It is the seventh day of creation, where everything is complete. If you can find that silence within you, every day is a Sabbath. You don't need to wait for Saturday or Sunday. You are living in the Father's rest. If you are tired of the noise of the world and are looking for your inner Sabbath, please consider as to support our channel. Your contributions help us keep this sanctuary of silence open for all who are weary. And don't forget to check out our ebooks for meditations on the art of doing nothing. Jesus said, I took my stand in the midst of the world, and in flesh I appeared to them. I found them all drunk. I found none of them athirst. And my soul was afflicted for the sons of men, because they are blind in their hearts and do not see. This is the cry of a master. The world is a tavern, and everyone is drunk on the wine of the ego, the wine of mine and thine, the wine of future and past. A drunk man cannot see the reality. He sees things that are not there and misses things that are right in front of him. Jesus says he found none of them athirst. This is the greatest tragedy. People are hungry for everything except the truth. They are thirsty for everything except the water of life. They want more money, more fame, more stuff, but they don't want to wake up. But wait, if you are here listening to these words, it means you are athirst. You have realized that the wine of the world is bitter and leads only to a hangover of misery. You are the sons of men who are beginning to see. Don't go back to the tavern. Stay with the thirst. The thirst is the bridge to the kingdom. The more you long for the divine, the more the divine long for you. If you feel this thirst growing in your soul, I invite you to this video and subscribe. Let us create a community of the thirsty ones, those who refuse to be drunk on the illusions of society. And if you want to support our mission to wake up the blind in heart, your join membership is a powerful way to help. Jesus said, if the flesh has come into existence because of the Spirit, it is a marvel. But if the Spirit has come into existence because of the body, It is a marvel of marvels. But I marvel at how this great wealth has made its home in this poverty. You are that great wealth living in poverty. Your spirit is a diamond, but you are identifying with the mud of the body and the mind. You think you are a beggar, but you are a king in disguise. The Master is here to remind you of your bank balance in the kingdom of heaven. Jesus said, "A prophet is not accepted in his own village. A physician does not heal those who know him." This is because we judge people by their images, by their past. To the people in his village, Jesus was just the carpenter's son. They remembered him as a child. They knew his mother and father. They could not see the Christ because they were blinded by the Jesus they thought they knew. This happens to you too. Your family and friends will be the last to recognize your transformation. They want you to stay the same because your change threatens their comfort. They want you to be the old you so they don't have to face their own stagnation. This is why a seeker often has to leave his village, his comfort zone, his social circle, to find his true self. You are a stranger in your own house until you find the Father's house. Don't look for validation from those who only know your mask. Look for validation from your own inner silence. If you are healing, you are the physician. If you are seeing, you are the prophet. It doesn't matter if the village accepts you or not. The universe accepts you, and that is enough. If you are feeling like a stranger in your own life, I invite you to share this video with other strangers who are looking for their true home. And if you want to support our village of seekers, please consider a super thanks. Your support allows us to continue providing a sanctuary for those who are not accepted by the world. Jesus said, "A city built on a high mountain and fortified cannot fall, nor can it be hidden." When you are grounded in your own being, you are that city. You are fortified by your own awareness. The storms of life may come. The owners of the field may demand their due, but your inner city remains unshaken. And because you are on a high mountain, your light cannot be hidden. But to build this city, you must first clear the ground. You must remove the rubbish of your conditioning. You must dig deep into the bedrock of your soul. This is the work of meditation. It is not always easy. It requires sword and fire, as Jesus said. But the result is a fortress of peace that no one can take from you. As we end this part of our journey, I want to remind you that you are the builder of your own city. Don't wait for someone else to build it for you. Take the tools of awareness and start today. And if you need more blueprints for your inner construction, our ebooks are always available to guide you. Check the links in the description. Jesus said, "What you will hear in your ear, in the other ear proclaim from your rooftops. For no one lights a lamp and puts it under a bushel, nor does one put it in a hidden place, but rather one sets it on a lampstand, so that all who come in and go out may see its light. You have heard these secret sayings in your ear, in your heart. Now let your life be the rooftop from which they are proclaimed. Don't hide your transformation. Let your light shine through your actions, your words, and your silence. Be a lampstand for others who are still wandering in the dark. Your awakening is not just for you, it is for the all. When one person wakes up, the whole world becomes a little less dark. Thank you for being a part of this light. I will see you in the silence. But before you go, don't forget to subscribe, like, and comment. Let us keep the fire burning together. Jesus says the one who has found the world and has become wealthy should renounce the world. This sounds like the old traditional teaching of renunciation. But when I speak of renunciation, or when Jesus speaks of it in this secret gospel, it is not the renunciation of the monk who escapes to the forest because he is afraid. That is not renunciation. That is just a change of location. True renunciation comes only after finding the world. This is a deep secret. If you have not found the world, how can you renounce it? You can only renounce something that you possess, something that you have known through and through, something that you have found to be empty. Most people who say they have renounced the world have never truly lived in it. They are frustrated, they are failures, they are fearful. Their renunciation is a sour grapes philosophy. But the wealthy one Jesus speaks of is the one who has tasted everything the world has to offer: the power, the fame, the pleasures, and has found that none of it can fill the inner vacuum. To find the world means to realize its total futility. Once you see that the world is a mirage, you don't renounce it. It falls away from you like a dead leaf. This is the maturity of the soul. You are not fighting the world. You are simply finished with it. You have seen the movie many times, and now you want to go home. If you are starting to feel this maturity, If the toys of the world are no longer exciting to you, then you are ready for the wealth that is not of this world. I invite you to subscribe to this channel as we continue to explore the treasures of the inner kingdom. And if you wish to support our work in helping seekers find their way home, the super thanks button is a way to share your abundance with this community. You must understand that wealth in the world is a form of poverty. The more you have outside, the more you realize the lack inside. An emperor like Alexander the Great is the greatest beggar because his hunger for more is infinite. Only a Jesus or a Buddha is truly wealthy because they need nothing. To renounce the world while being wealthy means you have reached the peak of human experience and discovered that the peak is empty. Now you turn toward the valley of silence. This turning is not an act of will, it is an act of understanding. If you try to renounce the world through will, you will only create a spiritual ego. You will be proud of your poverty, proud of your fasting, proud of your hair shirt. But the Jesus of Thomas wants you to be simple, to be natural. Renounce the worldliness, not the world. Live in the world, but don't let the world live in you. Be like a lotus flower that grows in the mud but remains untouched by the water. If this lotus way of living appeals to your heart, our B-books provide deeper commentaries on the art of living in the world without being of it. They are mirrors for your soul, helping you see the wealth you already possess. You can find the links below. And if you feel a resonance with this path of the wealthy seeker, please consider joining our membership to walk this journey with us more closely. Jesus says, "The heavens and the earth will roll up in your presence, and whoever is living from the living one will not see death." This is a cosmic vision, what we call the heavens and the earth, the entire objective universe, is only a dream in the mind of the witness. When you become a living one, when your awareness is so intense that the dreamer disappears, the dream rolls up. It is like when you wake up in the morning, the dream world of the night simply evaporates. It doesn't go anywhere. It just ceases to be, because the consciousness that supported it has changed its focus. To live from the living one means to draw your life from the source, not from the reflection. Currently, you are living from the reflection. You think you are alive because your heart is beating, because you are breathing. because you have a name. But this is borrowed life. It belongs to the earth and the heavens, and it will be taken back. The living one is that which remains when the breath stops, when the heart is still, when the name is forgotten. It is the eternal I am that was there before the world was born. If you find this living one within you, death becomes impossible. How can the eternal die? Death is only for the images, for the clothing, for the jars. If you are identified with the jar, you will see death. If you are the light inside the jar, you are deathless. Jesus is not promising you a long life for your body. He is pointing you toward the life that is beyond time altogether. If you are beginning to sense this deathless presence within yourself, please like this video and comment below. Share with us, what is it like to feel the rolling up of your old world? Your testimony is a light for others who are still afraid of the end. And if you want to support our efforts to proclaim this eternal life, your super thanks is a beautiful gesture of solidarity. Does not Jesus say, those who have found themselves, of them the world is not worthy? This is a bold statement. The world, with its politics, its wars, its religions, and its petty concerns, is too small for someone who has found themselves. Once you know your true nature, you are an emperor, and the world is just a playground. The world tries to categorize you, to control you, to make you a citizen, but you have become a passerby. When you find yourself, you are no longer a social animal. You are a god. And the world cannot tolerate a god. It can only tolerate slaves. This is why they crucified Jesus and poisoned Socrates. They were not worthy of these men because these men were too big for the narrow cages of society. But you don't need the world's worthiness. You have the Father's worthiness. You are the elect because you have elected to be yourself. If you are ready to be unworthy in the eyes of the world, so that you may be whole in the eyes of the divine, I invite you to join our channel membership. We are a gathering of the unworthy, those who have outgrown the world and are searching for the beyond. And if you want to learn more about the self that the world cannot contain, our ebooks are a great place to start. Jesus says, damn the flesh that depends on the soul, damn the soul that depends on the flesh. This sounds very angry, but it is the anger of a surgeon who sees a terrible infection. He is talking about the state of dependency. Currently, your soul your consciousness, is a slave to your flesh. If the body is hungry, the soul is miserable. If the body is sick, the soul is afraid. Your consciousness has become a servant to your biology. This is a damned state because it is the state of a prisoner. And damn the flesh that depends on the soul. This means that even the body is not healthy when it is just a tool for a miserable, neurotic mind. When the soul is full of guilt, repressed desires, and anxiety, the flesh suffers. The body becomes a damned place because it is carrying the poison of a sick spirit. Jesus is calling for a discontinuity. He wants you to realize that you are neither the body nor the mind. This dam is a call to break the bridge of identification. Don't let the soul depend on the flesh for its happiness, and don't let the flesh be a dumping ground for the soul's rubbish. When the two are separated through awareness, when the sword of Jesus has cut them asunder, then they can exist in a beautiful, healthy harmony. But as long as they are dependent in an unconscious way, there is only suffering. If you are tired of this damned cycle of dependency and want to find the freedom of the witness, I encourage you to subscribe and follow our daily path. We are here to help you use the sword of awareness to find your independence. And if you feel that this work is helping you heal the rift between your body and your soul, please consider a super thanks. Your support allows us to reach those who are still struggling in the fleshly prison. The disciples, still looking for an external event, asked, "When will the Father's imperial rule come?" They were like people waiting for a bus. They thought the kingdom was a historical event, something that would happen on a specific date. But Jesus' answer is the very core of my message to you. It will not come by watching for it. It will not be said, "Look here" or "Look there." Rather, the Father's imperial rule is spread out upon the earth, and people don't see it. The kingdom is not a future, it is a presence. It is not a somewhere else, it is the here. It is spread out right now, in the trees, in the stones, in the eyes of your neighbor, in the silence between my words. But you don't see it because you are watching for it. When you watch for something, your eyes are focused on the horizon, on the future. You are missing what is under your feet. The imperial rule is another name for the reality of God. And God is not coming, God is already here. You are the only one who is absent. If you can stop watching and start being, the kingdom is yours. This is the ultimate hook of life. It catches you when you are not looking. If you find yourself seeing the kingdom in the ordinary moments of your day, Please share that duty with us in the comments. Let us create a map of the spread out kingdom. And if you want to support our mission to help the world stop watching and start seeing, your joint membership is a vital part of this work. Now we come to the final and perhaps most controversial saying in the Gospel of Thomas. Simon Peter, the representative of the organized mind and the future church, said, "Make Mary leave us, for females don't deserve life." This is the voice of the patriarchy, the voice of exclusion, the voice that wants to turn religion into a club for holy men. But listen to Jesus' response. "Look, I will guide her to make her male, so that she too may become a living spirit, resembling you males. For every female who makes herself male will enter the domain of heaven." To the modern ear, this sounds like sexism. But if you have the ears to hear, it is the ultimate statement of equality. In the language of the mystics, male represents the sun, the active, the aware, the witness. Female represents the moon, the passive, the receptive, the moods. Most people, whether they are men or women biologically, are female spiritually. They are passive. They are victims of their emotions. They are receptive only to the shadows of the world. Jesus is saying that Mary and all seekers must move from the passive to the active state of awareness. She must become a male in the sense that she becomes a center of light, a living spirit. She must no longer be a moon reflecting the world's darkness. She must become a sun, shining with her own inner light. And he says he will guide her. This is the Master's work, to help you transcend your biological and psychological conditioning and become a single one. In the kingdom of heaven, there are no genders. There is only oneness. But to reach that oneness, you must first master the art of being a living spirit. You must develop the masculine strength of awareness to balance the feminine grace of love. When Mary becomes male, she is not losing her womanhood, she is completing her humanity. She is becoming a Christ. If you are a seeker, whether man or woman, and you feel the call to become a living spirit, don't let the prejudices of the Peters of the world stop you. You deserve life. You deserve the kingdom. I invite you to subscribe and walk this path of total liberation with us. And if you wish to support the Marys and Thomases of this world in their search for truth, your super thanks is a powerful way to say yes to the Spirit. Our ebooks on the internal marriage of the male and female energies are also available to guide your inner alchemy. The Gospel of Thomas ends here, but your journey is just beginning. These secret sayings are not meant to be understood. They are meant to be lived. They are seeds. If you allow them to fall on the tilled earth of your heart, they will grow into a large tree, and you will become a shelter for the birds of heaven. I have spoken to you from my heart because I see the Jesus in you. I see the light that is trying to break through the images. Don't be afraid of the fire or the sword. Don't be afraid of being solitary. The Father's house has many rooms, but the door is narrow. It is only as wide as your own awareness. Thank you for being here with me. Thank you for listening with your soul. Before we part, please like, share, and comment. Let this message reach every corner of the earth. And if you feel moved to support this Sangha of the Spirit, please use the join button or consider a donation through Super Thanks. Our ebooks are also there to keep you company in the silence. Go in peace. Be a passerby. Be a living one. And remember, the kingdom is not coming. It is already here. You are the kingdom. Let us look deeper into the parable of the treasure in the field. Jesus says that a man had a treasure in his field but did not know it. When he died, he left it to his son. The son also did not know about it. He took over the field and sold it. The buyer went plowing, discovered the treasure, and began to lend money at interest to whomever he wished. This is the whole history of humanity in a few lines. The field is your life, your body, your very existence. The treasure is the divine, the kingdom of God, the ultimate consciousness that is already there. It is not something to be earned, it is something to be discovered. But the Father died without knowing it, and the Son sold it without knowing it. We are all sons of fathers who were ignorant of their own treasure. We have inherited a certain field, a certain biology, a certain social conditioning, but no one ever told us about the gold buried underneath. We were taught how to plow the surface, how to grow wheat and thorns, how to sell and buy, but the secret of the depths remained a secret. This is why we feel so poor even when we are successful. You may own a large house, you may have a great reputation, But if you don't know the treasure in your own field, you are a beggar. You are selling your life for pennies, while a mountain of gold lies under your feet. The buyer is the one who is alert. He is the one who looks at the field with new eyes. He doesn't just see the surface, he is willing to plow deep. Plowing is a painful process. It means turning the soil upside down. It means disturbing the grass and the flowers that have grown on the surface. Your ego is like that surface grass. It looks green, it looks nice, but it is shallow. To find the treasure, you must plow through your ego. You must disturb your comfort. You must go into the dark, damp soil where the roots are. Most people are afraid of plowing. They want the treasure, but they want to keep the surface intact. They want spiritual growth without any inner turmoil. I tell you, that is impossible. You must be tilled. You must be broken. Only when the soil is broken can the hidden things be revealed. The buyer discovered the treasure because he was not afraid of the work. And once he found it, he became so wealthy that he could lend money at interest. This means that an enlightened man, a man who has found his center, has so much energy, so much love, so much wisdom that he can share it with the whole world. He doesn't lose anything by sharing. On the contrary, the more he gives, the more he has. His interest is the joy of seeing others wake up. But think about the son who sold the field. Why did he sell it? Because he saw no value in it. He was looking for wealth elsewhere. He probably thought, this field is just mud and rocks. I want to go to the city and find my fortune. This is the journey of the mind. The mind always thinks the treasure is out there, in another country, in another relationship, in another job, in the future. The mind is a traveler. The heart is a dweller. The mind sells the now for a tomorrow that never comes. And when you finally realize your mistake, the field has been sold and someone else is enjoying the treasure. I see so many of you doing exactly this. You are selling your here and now for some psychological there and then. You are sacrificing your joy for your ambition. You are selling your field for a few pieces of silver. And when you are old and tired, you will look back and realize that you had everything you ever needed at the very beginning. Jesus says, the one who has found the world and has become wealthy should renounce the world. This is the same theme. If you have found the world, meaning if you have seen that the world is just a surface, then you can renounce it and find the real wealth. Renunciation is not a sacrifice, it is the realization that you have found a diamond and no longer need the pebbles. You are the field. You are the father. You are the son. And you can be the buyer. Don't wait until you die to pass on your ignorance. Stop being a seller. Start plowing. The tools are already in your hands. Awareness, silence, and the courage to be alone. If you plow deep enough, I promise you, you will find the treasure, and then you will know that you were never poor. You were never a beggar. You were never a sinner. You were always a king, dreaming of a field you didn't know how to use. The disciples said to Jesus, "Tell us what the kingdom of heaven is like." And he gave them a series of parables, each one more beautiful than the last. He said, "The kingdom of the Father is like a merchant who purchased merchandise and found a pearl. The merchant was prudent. He sold the merchandise and bought the one pearl for himself." Think about the psychology of this merchant. He is prudent, not a fool, not a dreamer. He is a man of the world. He knows the value of things. He has many pieces of merchandise, many things that he can sell. But when he sees the one pearl, his vision changes. Suddenly, the many lose their significance. This is the difference between a worldly man and a religious man. A worldly man is a collector of the many. He wants more houses, more cars, more books, more friends. He thinks that quantity will somehow become quality. But the religious man is a seeker of the one. He knows that 100 pieces of charcoal do not equal one diamond. He is willing to risk the many for the one. Selling the merchandise means dropping your attachments to the trivial. It means realizing that your life is cluttered with things that don't matter. Your mind is a shop full of second-hand junk, borrowed ideas, social expectations, old memories. And because the shop is so full, there is no room for the pearl. To buy the pearl, you must first empty the shop. You must sell everything. This everything is your ego. The ego is the total sum of your merchandise. It is your I, your me, your mine. People ask me, "Osho, how can I find God?" I tell them, You cannot find God as long as you are there. God is the pearl and you are the merchant who refuses to sell his junk. You want the pearl and the junk. You want enlightenment and your ego. But the price of the pearl is all. Nothing less will do. The merchant was prudent because he recognized that the pearl was worth more than everything else combined. He didn't hesitate. He didn't say, "Let me keep a few things just in case." He sold it all. This total surrender is the only way. If you hold back even a small piece of your ego, the deal is off. The pearl cannot be bought with money. It can only be bought with your being. And once you have the pearl, you are no longer a merchant. You have become the pearl itself. There is no longer a seller and a buyer. There is only the light. Jesus also said, "The kingdom is like a person who had a treasure hidden in his field." We have talked about this, but look at it from another angle. The treasure is hidden because you are looking in the wrong direction. Your eyes are designed to look outwards. You see the world, you see the images, you see the other, but the treasure is behind your eyes. It is in the witness. To find it, you don't need to go anywhere. You don't need to go to Jerusalem or Kasi or Mecca. You just need to stop. If you can stop your mind for even a single moment, the images will vanish and the light that makes the images possible will be revealed. This is what Jesus means when he says, "Know what is in front of your face, and what is hidden from you will be disclosed to you." What is in front of your face is the reality of the present moment, but you are not looking at what is in front of your face. You are looking at your thoughts about what is in front of your face. You see a flower, but you don't see the flower, you see the word flower. You see the price of the flower. You see the memory of another flower. The image hides the reality. If you can drop the words, drop the labels, and simply look, then the hidden becomes obvious. There is nothing hidden except by our own mental fog. When the fog clears, the mountain is there. It was always there. It never went anywhere. You were the only one who was lost. Jesus said, "If the flesh has come into existence because of the Spirit, it is a marvel. But if the Spirit has come into existence because of the body, it is a marvel of marvels. But I marvel at how this great wealth has made its home in this poverty." This is one of Osho's favorite themes, the mystery of the consciousness residing in the body. Look at yourself. You are a biological machine made of water, salt, and carbon. You are a piece of the earth, just like a stone or a tree. And yet, within this poverty of matter, there is a great wealth of spirit. There is something in you that can say I, something that can love, something that can seek the eternal. How did the infinite become trapped in the finite? How did the ocean enter into a single drop? This is the marvel of marvels. Religion is the attempt to understand this marvel, not as a theory, but as an experience. Science tries to explain the spirit through the body. It says that consciousness is just a byproduct of the brain. A marvel of marvels where matter somehow starts thinking. But Jesus and the mystics say the opposite. The body is a manifestation of the spirit. The spirit is the primary reality, and the body is just its clothing. But whether you believe the spirit came first or the body came first, the fact remains that you are a meeting point of two worlds. You are a bridge. On one side is the mud, the death, the gravity of the earth. On the other side is the light, the life, the levitation of the soul. Most people live only on one side of the bridge, the side of the mud. They are so identified with their poverty that they never even suspect their wealth. They spend their whole lives trying to decorate their poverty, trying to make their mud look like gold. I am here to tell you that you are a king who has forgotten his kingdom. You have become so used to the rags of your ego that you have forgotten your royal robes. Jesus is afflicted because he sees this cosmic tragedy. He sees gods living like beggars. He sees sons of men who are blind in their hearts. They have eyes, but they see only the images. They have ears, but they hear only the noise. They don't see the light within the images. What is this light? It is your awareness. Every time you look at something, there is a light going out from you. Without that light, there would be no world. The world is a reflection of your own consciousness. If you are angry, the world looks hostile. If you are in love, the world looks divine. The image of the Father's light is hidden by the images themselves, just as the sun is hidden by the very brightness of the clouds it illuminates. To find the wealth, you must go beyond the images. You must look at the light itself. This is what we do in meditation. We sit in silence and we don't look at anything in particular. We just are. We let the thoughts come and go like clouds. We don't get involved with them. We are not interested in the drama on the screen. We are interested in the screen itself. And suddenly the screen disappears. and you find that you are the light, you are the living one. And for the living one there is no death. Death is only for the images. The light is eternal. You are wealthy the moment you realize your poverty is an illusion. You are wealthy the moment you stop depending on the flesh. When the soul no longer depends on the flesh for its significance, you have entered the kingdom. You are no longer a social animal. You have become a living spirit, and of such a person, the world is not worthy. Jesus says, "Blessed is the man who has suffered and found life." This sounds like a contradiction. In the world, suffering is considered a curse. We do everything we can to avoid it. We have created a whole civilization dedicated to the avoidance of suffering. We have drugs, we have entertainment, we have comforts, all to keep the suffering at bay. But Jesus says suffering is a blessing. Why? Because suffering is the fire that burns away the merchandise. If your life is too comfortable, you will never seek. You will remain a sheep in the 99. You will be content with your poverty. It is only when the handle of the jar breaks and your meal spills on the road that you realize something is wrong. Suffering is the broken handle. It is the realization that your life is leaking, that you are moving toward death, and that you are empty inside. Without this realization, there is no search. Without the search, there is no finding. But most people suffer without finding life. They suffer and they become bitter. They suffer and they become victims. They suffer and they blame others. This is not what Jesus means. To find life through suffering means to use the suffering as a fuel for awareness. When you are in pain, instead of running to a drug or a distraction, stay with the pain. Watch it. Be a witness to it. Don't say, "I am in pain." Say, "I am watching the pain." In that witnessing, a distance is created. You are no longer the sufferer. You are the one who knows the suffering. And in that distance, life is found. Life is not something that happens to you. Life is the one to whom everything happens. Life is the witness. When you find the witness, the suffering hasn't gone away, but it has lost its power over you. You are like a mountain watching a storm. The storm is real. The thunder is loud. but the mountain is unshaken. Whoever discovers the interpretation of these sayings will not taste death. This interpretation is not intellectual. You can memorize the whole Gospel of Thomas and still taste death. The interpretation is an existential realization. It is to live the sayings. To not taste death means to realize that what you are was never born. Only that which is born can die. If you are the living one, if you are the light that came into being on its own, then death is just a change of scenery. It is like moving from one room to another. The world is the place of death because it is the place of images and change. But the kingdom is the place of life because it is the place of the source. Jesus says he took his stand in the midst of the world. He didn't escape. He stood right in the center of the tower, among the drunks and the blind, and he called out to anyone who was athirst. This thirst is the only qualification. If you are thirsty for the real, if you are tired of the wine of the world, then these sayings are for you. They are secret not because they are hidden, but because they are sacred. They can only be heard by the heart. The mind will only find riddles and contradictions, but the heart will find a mirror. In these sayings, you will see your own original face. You will see the treasure in your field. You will see the pearl for which you are ready to sell everything. And you will see that you are the son who has finally come home. Consider for a moment what it truly means to be a single one. Jesus uses this term again and again, and it is the very heart of my message to you. Currently, you are a crowd. You are a collection of fragments that have been glued together by society, by your parents, by your education. You have a social self, a professional self, a sexual self, a religious self. These selves are often in conflict. When you are in the office, you are one person. When you are with your lover, you are another. When you are alone, you are a third. And often that third person is the one you are most afraid of. This fragmentation is the source of all your anxiety. How can a crowd be at peace? How can a civil war result in harmony? To become a single one means to drop the glue and find the original unity. It means that your center is so strong that all the fragments dissolve into it, like rivers dissolving into the ocean. It is not about choosing one part of yourself over the others. It is about finding the witness who is behind all parts. When you are the witness, you are no longer the many. You are the observer of the many. And that observer is always one. This is the monk in the true sense of the word. Not someone who lives in a monastery, but someone who is monos, someone who is one. Jesus says, when you made the two one, and when you made the inside like the outside, and the outside like the inside, then you will enter. This is the ultimate integration. Look at your inside. It is a chaos of suppressed desires, unspoken fears, and hidden dreams. Then look at your outside. It is a polished mask of politeness, morality, and decency. You are living a double life. This hypocrisy is a heavy burden. It takes so much energy to keep the mask in place. You are exhausted, not because you work hard, but because you are constantly pretending to be who you are not. Making the inside like the outside means becoming transparent. It means having the courage to be vulnerable. If you are angry, let it be known. If you are in love, let it be seen. If you are sad, let it flow. When your inner reality and your outer expression are in harmony, you become a single one. The energy that was wasted on pretense is suddenly available for meditation, for creativity, for ecstasy. You become a living spirit because you are no longer a painted image. This integration also applies to the above and the below. The above is your aspiration, your longing for the divine, your prayer. The below is your biology, your sex, your hunger, your roots in the earth. Most religions tell you to choose the above and destroy the below. They tell you to be spiritual and hate the material. But I tell you, a tree cannot reach for the sky unless its roots go deep into the earth. The below is the foundation for the above. To make the above like the below means to see the holiness in your biology and the reality in your prayer. When sex becomes a prayer, when eating becomes a sacrament, when walking becomes a meditation, then you have entered the kingdom. You are no longer divided between heaven and earth. You are the point where heaven and earth meet. This is the state of the living one. For such a person, there is no secular world to escape from. Everything is sacred. The wood you split is sacred. The stone you lift is sacred. The person you talk to is the Father in disguise. When you are a single one, you see only the one. The many are just waves on the surface of the same water. You don't renounce the world, because you see there is nothing to renounce. There is only God playing 1,000 roles. Jesus said, "The harvest is great, but the workers are few. So beg the Lord to send out workers to his harvest." This is as true today as it was 2000 years ago. The harvest is the readiness of the human soul. There are millions of people who are suffering, who are tired of the old wine, who are athirst for the truth. The potential for a global awakening is immense. But where are the workers? Where are the ones who can act as midwives for this new birth? A worker in the kingdom is not someone who preaches a doctrine or builds a church. A worker is someone who has already found the one pearl and is willing to help others find theirs. But to be a worker, you must first be a single one. You cannot lead someone out of the dark if you are still stumbling over your own feet. The Lord Jesus speaks of is the cosmic intelligence that is always trying to wake us up. But it needs hands. It needs human beings who are transparent enough to let the light shine through them. You are called to be a worker, but don't take it as a duty. Take it as an overflow. When you find the treasure in your field, you naturally want to tell your neighbors. Not to brag, but because the treasure is so vast that it cannot be owned. The more you share it, the more it grows. But be careful. Many think they are workers, but they are just owners of the field in disguise. They are trying to sell you their fields, their ideas, their ego. A true worker is a passerby. He points to the treasure and then moves on. He doesn't want your gratitude. He doesn't want your followership. He only wants you to wake up. He said, "Lord, there are many around the drinking trough, but there is nothing in the cistern." This is a beautiful and tragic image. Look at our modern world. There are thousands of drinking troughs, religions, philosophies, self-help books, gurus, workshops. People are crowded around them, desperately trying to quench their thirst. But the cistern, the actual source of the water, is empty. The rituals are dead, the words are hollow, and the leaders are just as drunk as the followers. A cistern is a place where water is collected and stored. In the spiritual sense, you are the cistern. If you are full of merchandise, full of noise and ego, there is no room for the water of life. You may be sitting in the middle of a temple, but you are dying of thirst because you have not cleared your own inner well. The worker's job is to help you dig, to remove the rocks of prejudice and the mud of tradition so that the bubbling spring can arise from within you. Jesus says, "Many are standing at the door, but it is the solitary who will enter the bridal suit." Think about this. The door is crowded. Everyone wants to go to heaven. Everyone wants peace of mind, but they want to go as part of a crowd. They want the safety of the group. But the bridal suit, the place of ultimate intimacy with the divine, is only for the solitary. Why? Because in the presence of the ultimate, two cannot exist. You must be so alone that even you are not there. Only then can the marriage happen. The crowd stays at the door because they are still clinging to their clothing. They are afraid of the nakedness required for the bridal suit. They want to be Christians or Buddhists or Jews. They want to keep their labels. But the solitary drops the labels. He drops the clothing. He stands in his original nakedness, without fear and without shame. And in that moment, the door opens. He doesn't enter the kingdom, he becomes the kingdom. If you want to be a worker in this harvest, start by becoming solitary. Stop looking for the crowd. Stop looking for the drinking trough where everyone else is gathered. Go to the empty places. Go into your own silence. Become a single one. Then, without you doing anything, the harvest will happen through you. You will become a lampstand that cannot be hidden. And those who are truly athirst will find their way to you, not because you call them, but because they can smell the fragrance of the one pearl. Jesus said, "If you bring forth what is within you, what you have will save you. If you do not have that within you, what you do not have within you will kill you." This is perhaps the most Osho-like saying in the whole Gospel of Thomas. It is a fundamental law of existence. You are pregnant with a potential. You have a mustard seed of divinity within you. If you allow that seed to sprout, if you bring forth your truth, your creativity, your love, and your awareness, then that very act of expression will save you. It will make you whole. It will make you a living one. But if you suppress it, if you live a life of don't, if you hide your light under a bushel because you are afraid of the village, then that unexpressed potential will turn into poison. The seed that cannot sprout will rot inside you, and that rot will kill you. It will manifest as neurosis, as cancer, as depression, as violence. Most of the evil in the world is simply unlived life. It is the energy of the lion that was not eaten and transformed, but was caged and poked until it went mad. Bringing forth what is within you requires total honesty. It means stopping the lying that Jesus warned about. You must find your own voice, your own dance, your own way of being. Don't be a carbon copy of someone else, even if that someone else is a Jesus or a Buddha. A worker who is just imitating a master is not bringing forth what is within. He is just painting the outside of his jar. The save comes from the authenticity. When you are authentic, you are in a state of flow. You are connected to the source. But when you are a fake, you are disconnected. You are like a branch that has been cut from the tree. You may look green for a while, but death is already there. To save yourself is to re-establish the connection. It is to find the living one who is your very soul. Jesus also says, I will destroy this house and no one will be able to build it again. The house he is talking about is the house of the ego, the house of organized religion, the house of social conditioning. He is a destroyer, but he destroys only the false, so that the real can be revealed. Once the ego is truly destroyed by the fire of awareness, it can never be rebuilt. You cannot go back to being a sheep once you have realized you are a single one. You cannot go back to the drinking trough once you have tasted the bubbling spring. This destruction is a mercy. It is the destruction of the prison. But to the prisoner, the prison is a home. He is afraid of the vast sky outside. He is afraid of the fire that Jesus brings. He prefers his small dark cell because it is familiar. But I am here to help Jesus destroy your house. I am here to pull down the walls you have built around your soul. Don't be afraid of the ruins. The ruins of the ego are the foundation of the kingdom. When the house is gone, you are solitary. You are under the open sky. And in that vastness, you find that you are not a stranger. You are the sky itself. The Father's imperial rule is spread out everywhere, and now you have no walls to block the view. You are wealthy in your nakedness. You are kings in your nobodiness. And that is the miracle, the marvel of marvels, where the poverty of the destroyed house becomes the wealth of the living spirit. As we conclude this long and profound meditation on the secret sayings, let us remember the very first promise. Whoever discovers the interpretation of these sayings will not taste death. We have looked at these sayings from every angle, through the eyes of the mustard seed, through the sword of the solitary, through the nakedness of the infant. But the interpretation is not in my words, it is in your being. To interpret Jesus is to become Jesus. It is to find that same quality of consciousness within yourself that was present in Him. He is not a person to be worshipped. He is a possibility to be realized. He is a mirror in which you can see your own unborn face. If you can walk through the world as a passerby, if you can find the repose in the midst of movement, if you can be a single one in a world of fragments, then you have discovered the interpretation. And then you will not taste death. You will see death coming, you will see the body falling, you will see the world rolling up, but you will remain as the living one. You will know that you were never the jar that broke. You were always the meal that was being carried home. You were never the field that was sold. You were always the treasure that was found. This is the gospel of Thomas, the gospel of the twin. Thomas means twin. And who is your twin? It is the divine. You are a twin of God. One part of you is human, limited, and mortal. The other part is divine, infinite, and eternal. Currently, the human twin is the master, and the divine twin is the servant. The whole work of religion is to reverse this, to let the divine twin take the lead, to let the single one rule over the many. When the twins become one, the marvel is complete. You have come from the light, you have passed through the world as a stranger, and you have returned to the light. You are the elect, because you have realized there was never anyone else to choose. There is only the one, appearing as the many, to enjoy the drama of finding itself. Go now into your world, but go as a living one. Don't be afraid to be a lion that has been eaten by the Spirit. Don't be afraid to be a prophet who is not accepted in his own village. Your village is the whole universe, and your Father is waiting for you in every stone and every piece of wood. The fifth gospel is not a book that was found in Egypt. It is the song of your own soul, finally being heard. The silence is the last word. In that silence, Jesus and Thomas, the master and the disciple, the inside and the outside, all disappear. There is only the all. There is only the light, and that light is you. Be a gardener of your own soul. Tend to your mustard seed. Wait with patience. Trust with totality. And one day, you will be the shelter for all the birds of heaven. The harvest is ready. The workers are few. Will you be one of them? The answer is within you. Bring it forth and be saved.